Good morning, fam, and welcome back to another episode of the Coin King channel. I'm your host, Down to Crypto TA. Time to get back into the Bitcoin chart on this lovely Saturday morning. All right, just going to recap on yesterday because yesterday we talked about price action potentially getting up here to about the golden pocket, and that's just about what we hit yesterday. We slight front ran it just a little bit, it seems, and let me take a look here. Yeah. Also, the target for the 4-hour time frame too. We did not hit our target for the 4-hour time frame either, but we did continue to get that push a little bit higher. So let's see, not quite making it out of the bearish control zone here on the Bollinger Band on the 4-hour time frame. I am seeing that. Still got the positive delta. No cross on the MACD just yet. RSI still holding steady. So, see, it is the weekend, so we know the liquidity is very light when it comes to the weekend. And we still have a lot of things going on right now around the world that are affecting the interest to be in the market. So just really a hard time too, I can see. I really wasn't expecting that too much, but a little bit of a struggle trying to get past the resistance that's here at this red box that I have highlighted there. That would have blocked there. I just want to change the settings on this. Take that off over here because it's a lot of noise. Can get rid of this now. This doesn't matter anymore either. Okay. All right, so a lot of things have changed since yesterday. So that support that I was mentioning yesterday about keeping an eye on, which was the top side of the golden pocket, 786 box here. There's still some support down in here as I see price start to slip back down this way. I'm going to go ahead and drop this too. I think that's pretty much, that's done. I don't need this anymore either. Let me get rid of that. Yeah, so the support that's here, there's still support and it's still lying right here at the top side of this box right here. So as price is sort of, there's really no constructive pattern for me to identify right there. But falling just here a little bit, if we come back down here again, we could see this hold again right in here. See here on this lower time frame. All right, so I did just come up from here. Had a little bullish divergence down here on the delta. See, hugging pretty tight here, so nothing much. Did slip the 200 EMA again right over here, but that was a nice spread yesterday. It was very choppy trying to get up to these levels, but nonetheless, once price did flip above the 200 EMA, and the ribbons got really, really, really tight right in here. Mentioned the possibility of this being an inverted head and shoulder. It was a nice move, so I'm so glad that someone made some money yesterday off of that. Let me get rid of that too. So it's like two pretty good moves in here, and well, three actually, including the one on the way down right here. But very slow day yesterday, and just really a lot of chop. So I don't expect anything different for today. I think today will be a lot more slow. Well, it's going to be slow and a lot more boring than yesterday was. And I don't really see anything that's standing out. No, nothing's really standing out. I'm going to use this chart right here for a second. Just sort of see. Yeah, so you can see how it just kind of front ran that golden pocket just slightly right there. Let me take a look at some different time frames and see what's happening. 15-minute. See here too. On the 15-minute, went straight into that 200 EMA on the 15-minute. But it is starting to come down and get a little bit closer to the rest of these EMAs, so that's a good thing. Next week could be a much better week. A much better week. Look at all the green over here. All these green order blocks over here. This is nice. 24. 1 hour. And 2 hour here. I don't know if I would consider this to be an inverted head and shoulders. So, I mean, patterns can look really a lot different than textbook, but I don't know that I would consider this one to be an inverted head and shoulder, even though it does kind of look that way. That's interesting. We almost actually back tested this break out of this trend line. Let me just jump through what's important over here, the important time frames. So 4 hours still above the 200 EMA, which is good. So when we drop down into the golden pocket 786 here, we recovered the 200 EMA on the 4 hour. Relative decently too. It's pretty good. Let's see. Let's take a look at the 8 hour. Just to be clear, so I can see the 8 hours here where we have the 10 EMA for that 1 week time frame, and why this is so much resistance right in here. And then these are still face planting. Then of course our daily. 26. Okay. Might be good to keep an eye on the 15-minute time frame today. So that can help give a good sense of direction. I also see that the QTD is turning down on the 5-minute time frame, so that is a positive sign in terms of price potentially getting another push back to the upside. So take this off for just a second and just take a look at that. Oh, you know what? It just make this so much easier if I do it from this time frame here. So let's take a look at that. All right, so we can see here that the QTD, the dynamic cloud, is turning down, which generally represents a positive sign in terms of price getting a push up and starting to create some bullish divergence would be the thing when the QTD turns down. That's what we look for. So that's still under development. This price is holding the line here. And just let me take a look here with the 4-hour time frame and see what we got going on with flat there. Let me check back on this 15 and see if anything is developing here. No, not really. Yeah, nothing really. Just price looking to hold there. And there was this bullish divergence. Well, this bullish divergence is right here. I wouldn't classify this as having played out on the QTD. So we do have bullish divergence on the 15-minute time frame. So again, the 15-minute time frame is going to be a great time frame to keep an eye out on. Hey, and also with the stream today with our new updated time. So during the weekdays, the time has changed from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. Has changed from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. So just cut 3 hours out on the weekday. And then on Saturday, time was also from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m., but there was a window where it was just on autopilot. So I'm just taking that out because I'm out the door at 10. On Saturdays, I have things that I have to do over the weekend. So that time has been updated to 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. And of course, we stopped streaming on Sundays altogether. So no Sunday streams, which I may compensate for the few hours that I'm taking out to make a Sunday at 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. as well, but that's not in the cards just yet. So just the updated time: weekdays 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. and then Saturday 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. So just a 5-hour stream on Saturday now. Okay. Saturdays are really slow. Fridays are, things start to slow down on Fridays as well. So the weekend is really, not a lot of liquidity in the market. A lot of participants have already left the market when it comes to Thursday. So a lot of participants are out on Thursday. Really the best trading days, and this isn't about the stream, but your best trading days are going to be Tuesday through Thursday. So, Monday, the reason why they refer to Mondays as a false move Monday is because a lot of your big money is still out of the market on Mondays. They're assessing, what happened over the weekend to kind of get some market direction. And so they'll return on Tuesdays. And that's really your best plays on Tuesday. So on Tuesday, you have your direction. On Wednesday, you have your midweek reversal. And then Thursday is also a really good day as well, as people are trying to get it in early. Like whatever's happening in the market, they're trying to make that money early because the liquidity starts to dry up on Thursday, and then you can really tell the difference when Friday comes. So right now, Bitcoin on the 5-minute time frame, just hanging out here down below the 200 EMA, which I have it highlighted in orange just to make it easier to see and recognize. And just very choppy price action right now. With the potential for price to get another push here to the upside. And there is a little bit of overhead resistance, and it is right here, back here again, where we have the this red box right here. So a little bit of resistance is still here at the lower end of this box, of course. But once price on the 5-minute time frames gets here into the dynamic cloud, then chances are it will push up and out and above this 200 EMA, which potentially will be happening early here this morning, probably within the next hour here. So by the time 6 o'clock is here, we're back up above here. RSI looked nice. QTD is just whipsawing, so I'm just taking a little bit of focus off on that a little bit. So making higher lows, which is a good thing. No higher high just yet, but that, like I said, that can be coming in right now. But price is making higher lows, which is a good sign for a long. And let me just check. And with it being the weekend, I do express caution when it comes to trading, but this is definitely here's an opportunity right now to get in on a long position, looking for price to come back up. And let's see what we're looking at. Let's just plop out a fib. Now I know, and I can't tell. So let's just say getting along here. Since we're making higher lows, we're not expecting for price to come back below here. And then let me just identify where our resistance is going to be. So naturally, we're going to have some resistance right here. I'm going to have some resistance right here coming into this order block right here. And then again, about right in there. So let's just look at our trouble zones here. So there. And there. And let's pull our fib. See where that is at. So I can drop this down a little bit. Something like that. Should be a lot more risk-free once price gets above the 200 EMA. I want to see our closure above this 60 right here. Got pretty overextended down in here. Let me see. Oversold on the push down as well. Only thing I wasn't seeing that I would have liked to have seen here on the 5-minute time frame. Actually, here we go. I see it now. As the QTD is pushing its way down on the 5-minute time frame again, that's generally a bullish indication or take price higher indication. Let me put it like that. So that's what we're getting right now, the 5-minute time frame. So this should be a pretty decent entry right here with the stop loss right here. Since price is making higher lows, there's no expectation for price to come back down here. If it does, it does. And that just means that just look for the next go, but you're being safe with your managing your risk. So aside from the EMA ribbons right there, that's a little bit of resistance. This is also standard deviation 1 on the upside on the Bollinger Band as well. If you prefer, let me see. Yeah, so it would be the standard deviation 1 also on VWAP. Nice little dojis right here. And it's basically this right here, what we're looking at between these last three candles right here on the 1 hour time frame is this. And just checking my line because I am funny about how correct I am. Momentum did turn down just a little bit on the 4 hour time frame. Just looking out a little bit as we're waiting for this over here to develop. I don't think I have that indicator. I'm gonna put it over here real quick just to see. So taking a look at the stochastic on the 4 hour, we can see that momentum is turning down just so slightly over here. A little flat right now on the RSI as well. Clinging on to the blue signal line. Keeping in mind that it is a low liquidity weekend. Actually sync this one in layout. I'm just getting kind of numb with keeping this box on here. I'm just going to hide that. Then we can see what that level is there. this one, which is what we're looking to get up to. So hopefully Bitcoin hasn't changed its mind early this morning. See if we can hold that trend line there. I do see an issue on the 1 hour. Thank you. Do see one little hiccup on our 1 hour time frame. And that's just getting started. It's thinking, but I could have been wrong early this morning. But it is a higher low right here. And it looked like we was putting in another higher low right here. But then I got the 1 hour. And that is what I just really paid attention to. MACD. So the delta was already winding down, of course, and now the MACD is flipping down on the 1 hour time frame. Wasn't really paying attention to that. All right, so I think we're just going to cut this one. Yeah. So I'm just going to cut this one before it even gets started because I see a bit of an issue with it now that I've looked back at the 1 hour time frame and seen the MACD actually going negative. And now the negative cross just happened also on the 5-minute time frame as well. So I'm just going to go ahead and cut this one. I will look back at it though. Once I see that price, once I see these turning back up, let me just put it like that, then it's worth looking back at it. But right now, I just feel like it's a little bit too much of a risk. Even if it does turn up from here, it doesn't really matter. So it just looks like it's not a big risk, but still no sense in taking it if it doesn't look worthy. Yeah, the probabilities don't look high enough for me. So I'm just going to cut this one, even if it does. Even if it does. Yeah, I'm going to cut it. My signals look mixed. I'd rather work on it when I have some confirmed signals. So this is done. I'm not going to do this one. So we'll look back at it. I just want to leave it right there so I can just kind of see what it is going to do. But you can see how right we were to cut it over keeping it. It's probably a better opportunity lower. So while I'm waiting on that to say you were right to cut it, let me see what's happening with the rest of the market this morning. Ethereum got a small recovery. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I want to keep that one. Keep the chart over there. Take a look at Ethereum. Go over here to my daily. Ethereum did get a nice little recovery candle here yesterday on the daily time frame, along with Bitcoin. Cooling off again over the weekend. Still holding the range, so that's cool. XRP probably was in the same position. Okay. I really need to go to my other chart on these. Everything is set up for the first panel on all of my data, and I don't have it synced in, so I'm just going to open up another window and take a look at that. Take a look at those charts. Mess around and press something over here. Yep. So did make the right decision to say, forget about that. All right. Yep. Good call on cutting it early and just recognizing where the mistake was seen. So we'll reassess the situation and look back at it. But the MACD is just getting started with this crossover here on the, I mean, all of this already happened, but MACD is just getting started with this negative cross on the 1 hour time frame. So that's something to consider. And it's really the weekend. So again, liquidity is low. See if this holds again here. So for this chart over here, you just be looking at the 50. So that's a pretty nice move over here on the 5-minute time frame. Just coming back down here. It's about that 104, 280, 261. Yeah, that's a pretty big difference for this time frame. Did it take this liquidity? Not yet, but it's coming forward. So this liquidity is sitting right here. Hasn't taken that yet. All right, there that is. So not quite sweeping the liquidity yet, just bouncing. 104,814.7. Yeah, very light sweep. All right, so while that's under development, I'm just gonna look over here, and I'll still be keeping an eye on the Bitcoin chart. All right, so XRP, talked about XRP getting down here into, this is so hard for me to see. Let me slide these over. I don't know why I had them so far drawn out. All right, so XRP back into the box of interest below 213 to $1.92. I see it's holding some pretty good support right in here, which is where it got its bounce from. From there, then if it comes any lower, it's been bouncing off of the lower end of the range as well. So that's $1.92. And that's showing that it was inside of the dynamic cloud, which is a good thing for XRP. It's good to see price inside the dynamic cloud. Also has some bullish divergence right here as well on the 1-day time frame for XRP. So that looks pretty good. XRP above 223 is good. So we want to see XRP get back above 223. That's good. That's outside of the dynamic cloud with the bullish divergence. Looking for price to come back up into the 238 to 260. Know that there's a pretty good amount of resistance in here. And then from there, what does this read? $1.02. All right, it's 274 here. Probably lean more towards the, and why do I have that? Forgive me. It should be this one. So 302. I don't think that I would necessarily look at the resistance from the lower end, but more so towards the high end. So about 302. So XRP, yeah, that looks pretty good, but XRP above 223 looks a lot better. So we do want to see XRP back above 223 for a continued move back up here about 260. And then once it can get above the 260, then we'll be looking at 302 on XRP. So pretty decent overall on XRP chart. Love the bullish divergence that I'm seeing. I love the fact that price is inside of the dynamic cloud versus below it. So it's holding ground in here. If it comes any lower, then we'll be looking at about 203. But it's holding ground in here pretty good along this line here where it's got a few bounces from. So pretty good on XRP. Ethereum, I am looking for Ethereum to break down from this range, but so far it has been holding. It has been holding, so that's good. Usually when these momentum lines pop out, price will come back and test them as support. If it flips, if it starts closing below it, then I mean, yeah, it held it as support. Let's just say that that's a pretty decent indication right there. It's still holding the range. It held these, held the momentum lines as support instead of breaking through them. So that's a plus, but I'm still leaning towards here. I did have a line drawn out right here, and the reason for that is because There's so much, so many red candles over here from where price did get overbought. And none of this was really recovered in any sort of way. So I was leaning towards price coming back to right here. But anywhere right in here, yes, on the upside of here. So there's some pretty good support right here. This purple one is a monthly, so about $2,281 for Ethereum. If it does lose the low of the range, which it looks like it could lose the low of the range. I was looking at something else over here. This was some nice bullish confirmation over here, though. You can see how the dynamic cloud, see Bitcoin trying to get a little bit of a push, a little bit of a bounce up from that region, but and there goes my screen with its usual. Let me jump back over here on Bitcoin real quick. Okay, so it did take the liquidity from this low right here. Trying to push up into these EMAs right here. I now know why I ignored this. I was like, oh, it's just choppy. I now know why I ignored it. Looks nice and corrective here. But we do still have the 1 hour cross on the Delta and the MACD over here. So probably going to be a better bet looking for the continuation to the downside, unless price gets back above the 200 EMA on the 5-minute time frame. And with the momentum turning down on the 4-hour time frame, even though there's still some good indications on the 4-hour time frame, but with momentum still turning down on the 4-hour time frame, 4 hours still trading within standard deviation 1 and 2 on the lower bounds of the BB. And just looking at the 3-day. And I can see exactly where that rejection came from yesterday too. The reason why we never reached that target. Let's take a look here. You can see right here where we came up and hit the 200 right here. So that was it. Retested the 200, got the rejection on the 4-hour. just switch this to the 1 since I have these already on. Below the 50. Below the 50 here, and the 50 is lining up here with the lower bounds of the resistance box here. And the QTD did go flat over here. So where it was nosediving, it just flattened out, and now the scale is, showing a loss of momentum right now. On the 5 minute. Yeah, best bet is going to be to look for a continuation entry down if it gives one, because this one has already happened. So back over here again with Ethereum. If Ethereum loses the lower range, then we're looking for Ethereum to come down to 2,281, somewhere between there and 1994 would be for Ethereum. Keep an eye on this section right here, which actually did line up pretty well with what I was looking for right in here. So keeping an eye on this for some potential support within the box for an area of interest here on Ethereum. Ondo, again, we were looking for Ondo to come down and hold between 82 and 79. So obviously have pushed through that, but still holding the lower range. So the lower range price, it did come back above, no closure below it right now. Still trying to hold that. So that's good. Also had the 200 down here, which Ondo held as support, getting the bounce off of that. Not quite coming down here to 74. So we do see if Ondo does fail to hold this range right here, this level here, at the 79.17. The next level would be down here at the 74.03 to 69. If that happens, then that's really bad for Ondo, and Ondo could see its way back down here to 56, to be honest with you. So this is the level, this is the range right here where Ondo really needs to hold. If it's not able to hold this, meaning it's closing below it, then it's pretty bearish. And we can see prices coming down here. So it could be some things happening right now in the market where we could be going, I hate to say, a bear market, but there are some not so great signs. And let me just see this here. So yeah, so Ondo still holding the 200. So again, that's why I say if Ondo loses this 200, then it could get pretty bad. Then you have all these other higher time frame moving averages crossing down. So that's a death cross. And that's how close Ondo is to getting a death cross. This 50 and this 200 crossing, that is a death cross. It did get a golden cross back over here. So it got the golden cross right here, got this pump right here, and that is perfectly off of that. So 38.10% move up into this resistance box here. Purple because it's coming from a daily time frame. So yeah, a little bit of a head and shoulder. Yeah, it needs to hold. Needs to hold here. So that's Ondo. If you're into Ondo, take a look here at SUI. SUI did just get that death cross right here on the daily time frame. That cross is confirmed here on SUI. So we got the golden cross on the daily back over here. And that was a nice move for SUI. It's 105%. So death cross in play right here on SUI. Daily time frame. Be looking for SUI to come down. It never did come into the golden pocket. It got support here around this daily level of, this monthly level of support right here, and then resistance here at this monthly level here right up above it in red, which was some pretty good resistance right here. Chop, chop, chop right there. Resistance right here. Gave this nice little move down right here. Did hold that support before in the past. So yeah, it's a bit of a head and shoulder as well. I was hoping that it wasn't that, but a little bit of a head and shoulder there. Death cross here on SUI. Looking for SUI to come down lower. Unless something changes in the market, SUI recovers back above $3.18. So $3.18, SUI needs to get back up above here. So back up above this resistance here is what SUI needs to do. In fact, let me just draw this out as a little area right here. SUI. SUI needs to get back up above here. And I'm going to change this box color. Let's just go with the highlighter. I'm braiding that all. Ooh. Oh, I want that. Let me do it like that. So SUI needs to get, you know what? I don't like that box. I'm going to delete that box. SUI needs to get back above there. End of story. Okay. So must reclaim for SUI. Our death cross is in motion. Let's take a look at COS over here. Cost did not manage to hold this support box right here. I was really thinking that Cost could do it because it was some nice support right. I mean, it was resistance right here. Could have been some nice support there. It was support right over here. So next stop for Cost would be down here at 0.060. This would be the next stop for Cost right in here. And we can look at this here. So we got this whole range right in here, but we'll see if Cost can get a bounce right down through here. I don't really see anything else in here for Cost. Nope, nothing, because Cost was just always up and to the right. So see Bitcoin getting a little bit of a bounce off of this level down here. Look at that. Look at that. Back up here to retest the breakdown. See how we do. We would have got stopped out. We would have gotten stopped out. So I just want to jump back over here. Yeah, just back testing the break of this ascending trend line right here. See if it does come back into the zone. Come back into. Oop, get my hand off that. See if it does manage to recover the zone up there. Right now it's a rejection. Why you took away my iced coffee?
You didn't drink it all?
No.
Let me have it back.
If you put me some more ice in it, then I can just pour this coffee into it.
Hey, here's some names.
Mm-hmm.
R&B singer.
Hold on, baby. I just turned the mic off real quick. I was talking to them. So just give me just a minute. All right, so all right. Let's see. It recovers here. Nah. I'm gonna delete that line right there. Let's see that it rejected. Since this isn't, I'm gonna turn that off because it's not trending right now. Like we don't have just all the colors everywhere. So again, price could be coming back down here to where this 50% retracement is located at 104,280. All right. So that's that on cost. Cost with the death cross over here as well. Solana's holding on right here. Holding the 200. That's good. Again, Solana back to 134, 119. This has been a catch zone, accumulation zone for Solana, but by the time Solana gets down into here, Solana also have a death cross as well. Let's see, how many times have we done that over here? On Sol, got a silver cross there to the downside, silver cross here to the upside. It's going to be a rough day this weekend. Rough weekend, I mean. It's going to be a rough weekend. Virtual remains to be one of the better looking charts. Nice golden cross right here on the daily for virtuals. And what is this all about? Data issue. Okay, so nice cross up for virtual. Virtual hasn't seen it too many times. Virtual is pretty new. So do got the golden pocket 786 down here for virtual, but if virtual gets down here, you can see more than likely virtual will get a death cross as well. But right now, virtual looks really good. One of the better looking altcoin charts in the market. Little silver cross right here on virtual. 200 sitting down at 152. That will change as the days go on. This will start to rise, and as this starts to rise, eventually price will get swamped by it. So could see a lot more altcoins getting a correction back down. So alt season may not be a thing just yet. I really don't have any other charts that I've gone through and updated. Just a couple of few up in here at ICP. ICP is above the 200. It had got that cross back over here. Slow grinding to make its way up, but nonetheless, it's still looking pretty decent right now. So yeah, one of the better looking charts of the day. Still on the weekly time frame, it doesn't look too impressive on the weekly time frame. So it's still got some work to do on the weekly. But most certainly one of the better looking charts. As we're slowly loading, and I keep saying we. Come on. Thank you. I don't know why it's doing this. All right, so I really don't have any other charts that I've updated. I have a lot of charts I need to go through, not just on crypto, but also stock market and forex. So got a lot of things I need. I don't want to end that one with that. Put this back on Ethereum and back over to Bitcoin. Can look to get short on Bitcoin. If not here at this pivot, if Bitcoin can get back up here, then we can look here around this pivot here where we have the 200 EMA at. And there's also the potential for the rejection right here at the trend line, but it'd be better if it's here or here. Nice little move for Bitcoin though, off of this low. I did see the positive before I shut it down, the positive delta cross here. RSI also cross back up. Just choppy scalp positions to take. And that was a nice little sweep of the liquidity down here. Wouldn't necessarily call it a sweep, but claim of the liquidity down here for the bounce. Still not taking out this low over here. Nice push, Biddy. Nice reclaim on the mean on the RSI also. It's a strong push from Bitcoin. Over on the 5 minute time frame, it's a really strong push from Bitcoin. I got a little premature this morning. But that was a strong push. Dang. I think I might try long again.
What?
So I'm gonna slide this over here for a sec, and then let me look at it. Yeah, I'm gonna do it. I am going to do it. Let's see. I'll move this to here. Let's go over here. I just like the way price just broke through this trend line with force. I do like that. I do like that. And let me get all touches on this. A few more touches anyway. Yep. Clearly, there's some trouble zone right here. Let's see how we're chiseling right here. So that is a trouble zone. So 105,050. It's a trouble spot for Bitcoin. The Bulls have been wrestling with that for the past 3 hours, and this is the 4th hour where it has seen a rejection. Let me just see. Let me stretch this out so I can see a little bit better. Okay, so that's the underbelly of this little beauty right here. That is what that is. Yep. So we can see what the rejection is here for Biddy. Sometimes some red and green candles is so pretty. Maybe looking to roll back over right here, the slowest it's going. You got a little bit too slow right in here. There's nothing like getting chopped out of Bitcoin on a Saturday morning, for sure. Yeah, Bitcoin is going to come back down again. Be looking back down here at this level right here. Breaks back into this break back down below this descending trend line right here. Just looking back at this level right here. Chop City. Looks like a range also. Let's draw at the top here on the 1 hour. And the low here. So you have a range. Whatever chart you're trading on. This is below fin. So it's 105, 102.9 down to 104, 728.3 on the below fin chart. So there is a range, this range right here at the bottom. So now the question becomes, is this a base pump or a base dump? Right now, again, pullback. Looks likely that Bitcoin pushes back down again. We'll see. It's got a lot of things going on right now. from what I can see on this time frame here. When we first came on, I looked at this QTD. I said how much I like it, and I did like it, but missed some facts this morning. And another drop happened right here. So now price looks like it's coming back down here towards the low of this range. I put that there. These are distracting me right now. Quick reversal once it got up here to the top of the dynamic cloud. Here, staying within, not getting the push out. Definitely breaking the lows. And that was probably like the first time it broke the high. That was the first time it broke the high since back over here. And ever since then, it's been taking out the low. And not reaching the high. Okay. Put that in my notes here. Put this back on the 1 hour. Bitcoin is just being really slow right now. Really slow right now. It did get a nice bounce down here. Opened the stream up this morning. Was looking to take the long. Got into the long position prematurely and cut it super early before it even invalidated anything because it just didn't look like it was going to work. I had the stop set for here initially, but cut it off early, and Bitcoin took out this low, and then it got this nice little move up right here. I am looking for some continuation to the upside, but I'm seeing something on the 5-minute time frame that suggests that price could come back down here. It is ranging, so got this little range right here going across this top here. It's down to this low here. Spotted it right here from the 1 hour time frame. So past few hours chopping about in here. It's been hitting this resistance right across here. So this pivot right here is resistance for Biddy. So if I turn this off, you can see from the line chart right here, this is the resistance for Bitcoin right now, trying to get this push up. Do have a negative delta and negative MACD on the 1 hour time frame, so be aware of that. It could be a whipsaw. It has been whipsawing today. RSI still looks nice on the 1 hour time frame. Do have a cloud cover, but price is far from hitting, or the RSI is far from hitting that cloud. Of course, the resistance here at the red box here. 4 hour time frame, momentum is pivoting to the downside. It's starting to anyway, so it's starting to pivot to the downside. It is still above the mean. Still have a positive delta on the 4 hour time frame. No MACD cross, and price is still trading within SD1 and SD2 on the Bollinger Band. Rejection at the 200 on the 4 hour, as we were looking for price to get up at least to the bottom side of this golden pocket here. Slightly front ran that from yesterday. So it's the weekend. It is the weekend. Liquidity is low, easy to move price up and down. And we went from fast price action to getting a rejection back down to the momentum line here. Been stalling out ever since right here. So again, good chance that price comes back down to the low first before making another attempt to push up again. So that is the thing. And this blue line right here, this is the point where I can see price chiseling, so fading out here on the 1 hour time frame. Let me just zoom this in to make that easier to see. So you can see where it starts fading out every time with the candles not closing above here. It looks like this one right here might have. No, it didn't. So price not closing above here on the 1 hour time frame. So that was a good 3 shorts below this blue line right here. On the scalp. On the scalp. That was also the first yellow bar 5-minute time frame it's gotten in a while. Quite a while. And if you are new here, the one in the orange here, this is the 200 EMA. So I try to make it so it stands out and it's easy to identify on the chart. And want to see price back above the 200 EMA. Price can also reject from the 200 EMA as well. So I did put, I will be looking to see if it's going to be shortable from there. Do have this pivot right here, resistance right here. There it is. There it is. There it is. So when it got this yellow bar right here, it just blasted up through this demand line. Now it's blasting back down through it. So I'm going to let this demand line go. It's no good. And it's the weekend, so it's so easy to move price. So easy to get whipsawed out of price. Out of trades. Let me see how well that's faring up with the line I have on the chart. Okay, close enough. I'll probably drop it just a little bit. Drop it just a little bit. Just see what that was when it happened. Let's see. A golden pocket tap. Let's still very easily come back down here. And it's just being slow about getting this drop because it does look like it is going to come back down here between here. Well, it's not taking out the low. It's not taking out the mother bar, but it does look like it could still easily just drop down in here. Nice little push. Nice bitty. Might have a, let me see what that is. Yeah, I can see it already. It's an early signal, early sign of a rejection, potential rejection. Let's see how we hold up. All right, still just chopping. Just chopping, chopping, chopping. How bad would this be at a 0.10? That's curious. All right, just gonna update on this again. Just 5 minute time frame. 5 minute time frame could could get a rejection all the way back down to this line right here. Nothing is confirmed on that just yet. Just an area of interest here. We are within a range. This range is pulled from the 1 hour time frame, as you can see over here, mother bar, and you can see how we've been coiling inside of this range right here. So we're just a little tight range to trade within on the 5-minute time frame, 1 hour time frame right now. Looking for a rejection somewhere here around looking for a rejection at the 200 EMA. Also have this resistance pivot down here as well. You can also see it over here. So this right here as resistance if price is to push up through here right now. The RSI continues to look okay on the 5-minute time frame, so no real concerns on the RSI just yet. We are starting to converge a little bit. Got some early warning signs from the delta. No MACD cross just yet, but those early warning signs is that price could get a dip. And as far as I would be looking for it to come is right here. This has been holding up pretty well, and this blue line has been working as resistance. So price comes up, comes back down, comes up, comes back down. It came up, came back down, did not push down as low that time. So each time it's been pushing down, it has not pushed down as far. This one right here probably did a little bit more because I wasn't expecting for price to take out this pivot low right here. But that's also about where it's chiseling, and I did check it where it's chiseling here on the lower end too. So holding the range high, holding the range low, looking for a breakout at either side of this consolidation. Just see how price reacts if it just sweeps this liquidity right here and then turns back around for the bounce up, or if it's going to come down here to this little area right here. You can see the low liquidity, especially here on Blowfin. I would just sort of gap down right there. I think a lot of people are just turned off by crypto altogether right now. Altcoin, everybody's looking for altcoin season. Altcoin season isn't happening. A lot of YouTubers keep yelling, it's here, it's here, it's here. And then I don't know. And then Bitcoin dominance goes up. Altcoins bleed out when Bitcoin starts dumping. And it just seems all really manipulated. Just not enough players in the market to push prices higher. Getting a lot of squeezes in price action, and the squeeze is never sustainable. So these short squeezes, and then price moves faster to the downside than it does going up because they're squeezing the price to go up, and then naturally it just drops. Yep, excuse me for that. And I will be back in just a moment. Again, looking for the sweep here, looking to see if price is going to come back down here and if we'll get another bounce from this level right here. Ranging side of a mother bar from the 1 hour time frame, possible short opportunity up here. It has been rejecting back down below this blue line. We didn't make it back there this time, so it's looking for a better entry if it's given. That'll be from here. Low liquidity weekend, so expect to get chopped around in this market, to the upside and to the downside. Okay, be right back. Had to step away for a minute and I come back and Bitcoin almost pushed back up here into this little blue line where it had been getting rejected from. Finally about to see that. Drop down here, I guess. To this range. It doesn't look like this holds this time. Golden pocket. Gosh, I hate I had to step away. So I missed my TP on my scalp. So we have clearly defined resistance, and unless we're getting back up above here. I'm try that because it's noisy. Let's focus on the RSI right here. Well, at least we weren't putting in any bearish divergence up here, so that's good. Except for when we got this little move right here, we did put in some bearish divergence. Slight. All right, so we have broken this low on the RSI. We can still whip back up. Doesn't look like we do it just yet. Are holding the golden pocket, and that's from this pivot low to that pivot high there. We lose that golden pocket, we'll be coming back down here. If we're not holding this line right here, then we're retesting these lows over here. So let's see. Just still consolidating though, you know. Again, we are inside of a range. This little range right here. And the reason this blue line is here again is because where price had been rejected and it wasn't getting any closes above that line here on the 1 hour time frame. And then you have the pivot low right here. The body candle that's acting as resistance. That is now the range low on the Bollinger. I just looked and realized that I don't have that on over here, but that was the range low on the Bollinger now. So let me just add that in. I'm sorry, I was talking with my mic off. Sorry, I was just yapping with my mic off. I don't know if anything I said got captured at all. I remember saying that if we came down here to this trend line right here, and if we swept this right here, then I would take a quick scalp long because it has worked in the past. Right here, and right here. Price came back down, tapped it, and then got the push up. And then I was saying with this push up, if it wanted to give some more, it was probably going to be right back here to where this candle right here got rejected at. And that's also around where we have the EMA right there. So that's 60 EMA there. We did flatten out a little bit down here on the Bollinger Band, but I was so afraid that this was about to be that squeeze breakout. Not just yet, but 1 hour, 1 hour squeeze. 1 hour is only ranging in between SD1 and SD2, okay? So that is as much as the 1 hour time frame is given. SD1, SD2 right here in this red and green box. And I can plot this out differently so it's extinguished. Let me do one of these boxes instead. There to there. And let me change this. Take the background color out. What color do you want? What color do you want? We'll make it a pink box. I like pink. Let's go full on and dash around it. So here is our range right here inside the pink box. I will do the same over here because I think that's kind of cute. I think I might be wrong to look up there, so I'm just going to drop this down to here. So if we come up and we swing fail on this right here again, then this could be a good short entry right there, and we won't be looking to take it down too far because price is not really doing much. So it'll be something like that if we were to get it, and we're not. So this would probably be, let's push that to the side. If we come back up this again, then another little scalp. But aside from that, I don't see that this looks good for any sort of long positions. Okay. All right, we're taking that liquidity from this pivot low here. Still in the range right now. Taking this liquidity from here. If we're breaking down right here, then we're probably getting that squeeze breakout that, I was saying it could be that this is the squeeze breakdown. Squeeze breakout. And Bitcoin is about to come back down to, let's say, right in here. So we'd be looking back down here. And from this chart over here, it would be where we have the green 50% retracement at here. So it'd be somewhere down here where this 104 is at if we do break down from here. All right, so we took the liquidity from the range low down here as well, and continuing with that push, we'll see if they want to do a liquidity sweep first and then the continuation. Let's see. See if we can get back inside that band. All right, instantly hitting resistance, of course. Now there's a challenge with these pivots down here where price was holding. Okay. Come on, Biddy. I need a little bit more. I need for you to at least get back to here. Can you do it? All right, so that's SD1. I'm gonna go ahead and take profit on this little scalp that I just did there off of that SFP of our range low. And since that was also SD1, and when things start to get bearish, you tend to only range between SD2 and SD1. And that is exactly what we have over here on this chart. I'm going to collapse that because we're not needing that right now. RSI is still holding above the yellow signal line over here on the 1 hour time frame. But we minus that, and we know that we have a negative delta. If it had a negative delta since we hit this high right here. So sorry about that. And put that Bollinger panel back in here. All right. So we can see that. So we can see we hit on that sweep of liquidity of the range low. We hit SD2 down here on the Bollinger, and we came back up and hit SD1. No, we haven't hit SD1 just yet, but we did bounce off of SD2 down here on the Bollinger on the 1 hour time frame with that liquidity sweep. That was a good little scalp entry right there, and just back up to SD1. So that was that. He is starting to lean. And again, negative delta on the 1 hour time frame, along with, what is this? Oh, I already had it in here. Okay, so I can delete that one. Okay. So again, we do have a negative delta right here. So it would have been from here. So short. It's been a sell signal since that high right there, and then a confirmation from the MACD down here in this little range we're in right now, and that's confirming that this Bollinger squeeze could potentially be to the downside. So that's what that is confirming as we continue to bop between SD1 and SD2 in this little tight range right here. All right. Drop that. Get some educational talk coming back up again here in a minute on that. I'm just gonna delete that. If you're here for it, and if you're not, you just miss it. A lot of times when you do get a sweep from a range, and you, whichever side you sweep first, you go up and then you sweep the second, the other side of it. So we've taken the low of the liquidity from the range low, and then we'll see if we'll take the high of the liquidity from the range high. We'll see if we get it. That was what we've been waiting for, or I've been waiting for. So I'll see if that happens, especially if it happens with this spread right here. That's nice. I've already closed out that scalp. That was quick. I'm just going to pull this down to about right here, just below where price action is right now. Right there. Let's see. I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in this world. That the market is not affecting your portfolio too bad. There she goes. I cannot sing. All right, Betty. I always like when we can see a reclaim. We actually haven't reclaimed it until we're closing above it and trading above it. But I love when we can push back through a momentum line. That's a nice look. May not have been a lot. Let me see what that volume looked like on that. It was pretty decent volume for a weekend. Pretty decent volume on that. And that push down. Let's just leave this up here because we're not getting a lot of volume on the push up. So we know we're looking down. We knew we're looking down. Some good volume on the sell side. Yeah. I'm going to take that down. It's too much for me to have to look at. But yeah, you can see some really good volume on the sell side over the long side. Yep, good volume on the sell side for sure. Right, add that. Could have got a little bit more out of that scalp. Momentum line, momentum break is still holding for sure. show you that real quick before I go back over here to this 1 hour time frame. So what was it drawn from here to here? No, it was from here. Yeah. So momentum break held. Could have also been drawn from here as well. So holding that momentum break right now on the 5 minute. SD1 to the upside. And then this would probably be 2. Be the red band to the high side, which is where price have been rejecting from. So if it does push up into here, this would be a good short position to take. We'll see how it reacts if it gets the push up to here, or if it might reject right here. But if it gets the push up to here, it might reject right here. See if by that liquidity sweep up here at the high too, because again, when you take liquidity from the low, a lot of times you'll come back up and you'll take liquidity from the high, and it's just liquidity hunt on the weekend. Just liquidity hunt on the weekend. So reaction at that SD1 there. It's also the high on the 1 hour now. Yeah, that's the high on the 1 hour now. So it's not going up. Yeah, and I keep saying, okay, we're declining. We didn't even make it to the blue line that time, right there. So we're not making it this time either, and that is because it has a bow in it here to the downside. There's a slight bow, so the SD1 is getting lower. And that's our range right now. So I'm going to go ahead and drop this since we're not doing that right now any longer. And we have that bow. That's not going to make a difference. I'm probably going to have to drop this one too, because this is also bowing. So that's not going to make a difference either. And just look for price to take the sell side liquidity. Up here. And I will be looking to get short if it's a failed swing. Be quick. I do like the RSI right now. I will not lie. I do like the RSI right now. So we'll see as we push up here. Because if this is the breakout, I'm going to be really hurt. I will be really hurt. That happened too quick for me because I wasn't paying attention. But I don't know. I almost don't know if I want to play with this one right now, but no, we have resistance right here if we're sweeping this liquidity right here. And there's 200 EMA. So these are still positioned. They're not flipped up just yet. And they're definitely not above here. So we'll see. I don't think this is the place I want to take it from. It's gotten really slow up here, so I know it's not. It wasn't. It was fast down here, slow down here. So I don't know. I don't know about this one. I just deleted my blue line. Because it was chiseling. It was chiseling from there down. Let me see. God, it won't let me do that. Oh, I'm in the wrong thing. That's why. That's why. Oh, never mind. Yep. I probably still just wouldn't take this one. It just looks different. It just looks different. And then it'll end up being the same probably. I don't know. I didn't feel good with that one, so I left that one alone. Sorry. And it's okay to be like, nah. It's okay to pass if you don't feel comfortable. Sometimes the uncomfortable ones are the best ones. Are the best trades. Let's see, that would have been a good one. Would have been a good little scalp. See if we do hold right here. All right, let me see. Can I help you, sir? And just a reminder on the new time for the stream, Saturday has been updated from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. to 5 a.m. to 10 a.m. Usually at 10, I put the stream on autopilot on Saturdays. And since I'm having to do that, I might as well just cut the stream at 10 because I'm out the door at 10 a.m. on Saturdays. So I don't want to waste your time and I want to respect my own time. So that is the updated time for Saturdays. So the stream will be ending in about 49 minutes. And again, the updated hours for the weekdays is 5 a.m. to 5 p.m. So 3 hours were trimmed from the weekday time frame. I was streaming from 5 a.m. to 8 p.m. I needed to cut that back. So that's been cut back to 5 p.m. So that's still a full day, full 12 hours of streaming.
Read that comment. Be sarcastic.
Just give me 649 jackpot numbers for tonight. I don't usually play the lottery. I guess I do since I'm trading Bitcoin, but um, I might actually play those numbers. Somebody was waiting on that slap down. Alrighty then. Yep, somebody was waiting on that slap down. Guess we'll see if we sweep this liquidity again from the low, since it is continuing to range right in here. I just didn't feel it with that one right there, but it, like I said, sometimes that be the one. Sometimes it be the one. All right, I'm gonna look back at this again. So that's gonna be, let me see. Look back right here. See if it'll hold this right here. And if it doesn't, then I'll be looking for it to drop back down to take this liquidity right here and see how it does with that. If it does just another sweep and come back up here inside the range, that would be cool. I'd rather get the full retracement, something like that. I'd rather get that than the middle of nowhere for me. Just in the middle of nowhere for me. It is SD1, but that's still, I want to see something get broken. I have like 30 minutes to get my stuff together, so I'm probably not going to be able to sit here and wait on this right here. So I was looking to see if price comes down right here to this blue line right here and holds this as support. If it doesn't, then I would be looking for price to come down and take the liquidity from this low right here, get the SFP, come back inside the range. So that would be my setup to take a long scalp. But I don't have time right now, so I have to step away from the screen. So if you've been here and you heard anything, right? Standard deviation 1, standard deviation 2, Bollinger Band over here as well. So you can take entries off of that right now because we are ranging. Pink box, we are ranging. So you can take longs and shorts within this range. Scalp. So in and out. And if you look right here at the RSI on the 1 hour time frame, it's not coming anywhere near the yellow signal line. So if it continues to do this and it just continues to do this little range right here, then scalp long, scalp short, okay? If you see it coming down here towards this yellow line, anywhere close to it, then don't. Do not try to. Don't.